We are recording.
Hi, YouTubers!
Do we have uh, Sirenscape working?
I will play as soon as I'm done with our little recap from last week.
Okay,
Because
sounds
I
good.
think it's gonna come in like bah instead of like nice and quiet like sometimes. Um so mid paragraph here there. So continuing your search, you headed down to the hold on the lower deck to find the source of the guttural growls as you looked upon a massive creature trying to break down a door to the south. Battle ensued with both Claudette and Celestine falling unconscious at different times throughout the battle. After felling this giant creature, Celestine dug out its cold, dead heart. Claudette searched the body of the creature to find that it had nothing of value, and then she went to the door it was trying to get into and hearing rustling from inside called out, but nobody responded from the other side of the door. Y'all then decided to have a look at the heap of ice on the ground, randomly found a massive amount of miscellaneous gear just happened to be placed in sheets of ice, um, each getting a little better, and each below another sheet of ice. There was also a large Craig cat in the corner that Noah was hoping to skin for Celestine. However, she determined that the way it had frozen, it would not be great material to work with, even if thawed out. It took y'all 3 hours to garner this mass amounts of stuff, at which point Claudette decided to try and break into the south door that she knocked on earlier. Upon trying the handle to the door, she found that it worked easily and did not have a lock. However, as she pushed the door, it would not budge. She asked Illiken if he could try brute force, to which his response was to ram the door at a run with his shoulder, and in doing so, not only being able to break down the door, but he stumbled into the room where 4 Icewind kobolds attacked him on sight. Little did y'all know that the kobolds were the least of your worries. The Sun Chasers quickly dispatched the kobolds, and as the last one was felled, y'all heard a monstrous pair of wings flapping, coming in for a landing upon the ship up on the main deck. In a loud voice, unmistakably dragon in nature, it mentioned that it smelled warm flesh and could hear their beating hearts. Announcing y'all's presence, Illiken replied back uh, in Draconic, uh, saying something along the lines of coming in peace as he walked towards the stairs. Claudette ready to attack if this entity showed itself through the massive hole. Nowhere stepped into the side of the dragon and attempted to persuade it that he had a dead creature for it, however, failed miserably as the dragon replied back with a retort about knowing how to deal with thieves. Nowhere then stepped out of sight of the dragon, and as we pick it up, Nowhere and Claudette are currently frightened due to the presence of this breathtaking beast. And we're picking it up on its turn. It will yell out in strange language. And then it will bite into and then claw the decking above you. And that is now all open. And that will be the end of its turn, Celestine. You are up.
Because I have just the right spells to face off against the dragon, right?
Right?
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna... Oops. Gonna move back here. I'm actually gonna go back into... this room back here. Nobody's injured, right?
Illican looks a little hurt. Actually.
Well, he's gonna be stupid and go hug
almost
the dragon anyway, so I'm not gonna heal him. Yeah, I'm gonna go back there and hide in the other room because dragon. Hopefully this turns out okay. And I guess that's it for my turn. Oh no, I will cast Shillelagh on my spear. Not that I think that's actually going to do anything, but I might as well take the chance.
Yep. Pardon.
I'm gonna follow Celestine's example.
He's no dummy.
Yep. And that'll end my turn.
Illican, what are you doing?
I'm gonna get to where I at the thing, and I'm gonna go. I'm gonna keep on charging up.
As in charging up the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
So to get from there to there, that would be 10 feet that you've moved so far.
And I'm going to come right here. Can I see him?
From there, yes. Copy. Yeah, that's about what you can see at the moment.
Okay. And I'm going to say, I'm here, and step out. I'm going to keep speaking Draconic, and we mean no harm. And Drake's gonna be there, looking at me, looking at him, saying, "You're an idiot."
Anything else?
Yeah, I don't want to bring any weapons, so I'm not going to present that I'm, you know, a danger.
It will.
Yeah.
And in common, it will reply to you. You killed my minions. I do not hear their small, draconic beating hearts. You shall pay. Isn't that right, Meltherond? And now it is Claudette's turn.
Well, we haven't been in this room to the north, right?
Correct.
I think she's gonna come down here too. Yeah. She's feared by the dragon, right? It was nowhere in Claudette.
Correct.
Or frightened, I guess. Is frightened and feared are two different things.
True.
Okay. I get a saving throw against that at the end of each turn, right?
At the end of each turn, yes. DC 16 Wisdom.
Okay, she's still frightened.
For Claudette.
Yeah, well. That's it. That's it for me.
Where the hell did you find the ghost?
What's that?
Looking for your ghost that you found.
Oh, it's,
Oh, now I found it.
yeah.
Must have skipped over it going down, and then I skipped over it going up, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm missing it. Alright, it will... make a tail attack with one of its legendary actions. Ilkin, give me a dexterity saving throw to see if you can jump out of the way from the ship that's falling on you from above.
Dexterity saving, you said?
Dexterity save, yep. Give me one for Drake as well.
Oh. I loved you, Drake. Straight dex, right?
Yeah, that'll work.
Eh.
Drake takes 5 points of damage. Bludgeoning if it matters.
He yelps loudly.
And Squish goes to Drake.
No, but close. Then the other side is, I just got buried by stuff. He can't see me anymore. That's what the Drake's thinking.
Alright. Nowhere, it's your turn.
Okay, I would like to run like this to the stairs and up one deck. Can I do that? Because I'm not getting any closer to the dragon.
Not seeing, are you gonna go like that kind of thing?
That's right. That's what I wanted to do.
Okay, so you made it up the flight of stairs and you are there.
Okay, and the dragon is way up there at the top, right?
Correct.
So that's as far as I can go. I don't have any real way to protect myself at all. So I guess I'm just here.
Dash and run into some of the southern rooms.
Well, yeah. I guess I could do that. I forgot that I could use a dash. Yeah, that'll be good. I'll use a dash. And I go 1, 2. Do we have the ability to use the cannon?
No.
They're so frozen we can't. Okay. Wait a minute, no, I want to change that. Okay, that puts me in a position where I'm no longer in the sight of the dragon.
Right.
So I just
So,
do.
are you doing anything else for bonus action? I don't think you can, but
No, I don't think I can either.
okay. So at the end of your turn, you'll make a Wisdom saving throw, DC 16. See if you
Okay.
can take off the frightened or not. You are still frightened.
Okay.
You don't have disadvantage on ability checks, because you can't see the dragon. And if something other than the dragon came into this room, you wouldn't have disadvantage on your attacks against it, but you're still frightened of the dragon.
Yeah, well, I think that's reasonable. The thing makes a whole lot of noise. Okay, that's the end of my turn.
This is gonna be a long death if all we're gonna do is hide.
For me, exactly. For you guys and me, you guys may survive.
You know, we already established that he can hear us through our hearts, so it's not like we can hide until he goes away. Guys, this has a plus 14 to attack. It rolled a nat 1 and still rolled a 15.
Looking, you see it reach down its giant maw just past Drake. Or just where Drake is. And it seems to miss. And in frustration, it throws down one claw and then the next. And Drake needs to make another dexterity save. Or straight dexterity.
Yeah, he's not doing too good with his trying to dexterity.
Takes another 3 points of bludgeoning damage as he falls to the deck below.
Man, this is where I really wish I had that bag of tricks.
And that will be the end of its turn. And Celestine, you're up.
Honestly, I have no clue what to do. I mean, I could step out there and shoot a guiding bolt at the creature, but that's not going to help because there's no way we can take him down before he destroys us. I mean, as soon as he breathes, he's going to take us all out. Shit. There's gotta be a way to survive this, guys.
I still think the answer to surviving it is to kill his rider.
But you don't know that.
Yeah,
You don't even.
I don't know
You've
about
seen
his
the
rider
rider,
yet.
but nobody else knows about the rider.
Okay, can I... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Can I sneak out there and look up at this thing?
Sure.
I mean, obviously I see a white dragon. Hopefully I see the rider, I don't know.
I'll say you do.
I don't know, is there any chance I happen to see any weaknesses? Maybe it's got a spear sticking out of its neck that we can jam in and kill it? I don't know.
Give me a perception check. You do not see a spear sticking out. Or any other weapons that you could use to your advantage.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, I'll just use the last one. Was the perception check my action?
Actually, with a 16, I'm going to send you something.
Oh, okay. I will take it. Because I am desperate.
This looks like it could be a very short game.
Yeah. What the hell am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know. I just wanted to let you know.
Well, shit. Okay, so was the perception check my, action?
No.
No? Okay, then I am going to bolt back down, use dash, and run back down into here. And I will say the white dragon has a rider, but I think it's dead. I think the rider's dead. And I'll leave it at that. Not that Nowhere or Illican heard that. Arden and Claudette did, though.
Anything else for you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's it for me.
Alright, looking. Legendary action. The dragon is going to beat its wings.
Knock you on your ass.
Maybe.
Oops, that wasn't supposed to be over the mic. I was supposed to mute that first.
Be a dexterity saving throw, or get knocked on your ass.
Get knocked on my ass anyways, it looks like. Because I'm backing up, but I think I'm a triple or something.
15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow. You said 15, right?
Yep.
Ow, 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 ow. Let me see. I may be able to mitigate some of that. That I don't think. I think I've already used it.
You've not used a reaction yet. That's your last one.
No, this character doesn't have it. Well, maybe he does.
I think you have like Stone's Endurance or something.
I know. I was making sure. I didn't know. I didn't know if I'd used it or not, so I had to make sure.
Gotcha. Give yourself back 5 hit points.
'Cause I couldn't remember if I used it on the drakes or the little tiny guys.
It will move there. Arden, your turn.
Alright. Oh, shit. It moved on me.
Yeah, sorry, I moved it on Kenny's level and forgot to move it on y'all's level.
I got a question. Can you produce 2 of those guys?
Produce.
Copy it and paste it on the other level, just so I can still see it on my level, so where I know. So I don't have to keep.
It's on both levels.
What?
I have 2 copies of the dragon currently. One's there, and one's there.
Okay, because I don't see him in mine, so he must be on my flight range. Okay.
Well, you can't see that level from your character, so why would you be able to see him down there?
I didn't know he went past my level.
You can't see it because he's just out of your light range.
Okay, that's what I thought. But he
He's in Drake's range.
I'm gonna move to here. And I'm gonna attack the rider with my bow.
Would Arden have heard Celestine's the rider's dead?
No. She said she thinks the rider is dead.
Oh, okay.
You did not hear her upstairs.
Yeah, Arden and Claudette heard that. Nobody else did.
No, that's what I was saying. That's not me. I think he's still alive. I can't even see him.
Well, if he's dead, okay, attacking him isn't going to be anything, okay? And the dragon won't know that I attacked because I didn't hit the dragon. At least that's what I'm hoping happens. And then I'm going to cast the Hail of Thorns.
Oh, that's gonna let the dragon know you attacked. 'Cause it's gonna hit the
No,
dragon.
because it doesn't take effect until next turn.
Oh, gotcha.
You're gonna attack and then you're gonna use hail.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm trying to be really.
So whether it is good news or bad news, I do not know. The 12 does not hit the rider. However, I'm gonna say it hit. Let's say it hit the buckle on one of the buckles on the saddle.
Okay.
Just popped loose.
Okay.
Anything else for you?
Yeah, I'm going to move back away from the opening.
What's your speed?
35.
You could move back to here, back to 2 up from where you're at right now.
And that means I'm done.
It is going to take a legendary action again. Make a tail attack.
Both of my characters, mate. Yeah, whichever one you aim for me.
Sorry, what was that, Illican?
If you aim for me, either one, either level, I got hit.
Oh, yeah. It was aiming at more of the ship. So
Okay.
more of the ship fell. And that will be it for him, or it, or whatever it is. Illican, your turn.
I use something, I really don't want to use it, but I see no other way of surviving this. And I think it's a action, but how do I use it?
You're gonna have to tell us what you're talking about first.
1 second, I'm texting. Something this big and powerful.
Gotcha.
I'm needing assistance. Never wanted to use it, but okay.
Let me see. you should have the ability to open up a sheet and use it. So as you use it, one charge goes away,
Yeah, I know. It's now under 2.
and
There it is.
I would say that everybody, including everybody that's downstairs, hears this primal roar. And Celestine, I don't know how it makes you feel, but you recognize it as the roar of an orc.
Oh, great. We got orcs now, too.
Well,
Okay, so
So
when I pray for this and when I touch it and I say, please help me now, this thing, I see this thing appear, and I point to where I saw the dragon. I said, "There's a dragon, kill it."
So it's your action to summon it. Blah, blah, blah. Say you can go ahead and use its action on this turn.
Okay, but that's why I was telling it what to do, because it said I had to tell it what to do. So I was like,
Yep.
I can't move it. So if you can move it, it'd be great.
White. I assigned it to in the thing. I assigned it in players' journals and can
Let me
be
refresh
edited
and
and
see if that
controlled.
Did you put the token down before you assigned it or after?
Probably after.
Okay. If you put it down before you assigned it, then that token needs to be replaced with a new token. If you put it down after, then it should be working.
If nothing else, I can pull the token out, and then I'll have access to it if I can't move it now. Delete it, and I'll pull it because I see where I can pull it.
Yeah, go ahead and pull a new token out.
There we go. Well, he can't see it either, so I have no idea where it is.
Just a second, I'll fix that. But that's empty space where you put him.
Okay.
Okay, now it should be able to see.
How far can he move? Let me check. Where can I run?
This black line is anything inside this black line here is a hole.
And he's still up top?
Yes, the dragon is perched on the side of the ship up top.
Okay, then he's going to go up the stairs. And I can't do that, you'd have to do that.
That's
Bring him back
weird.
to that other map.
10 feet to get to there. Just one sec.
So, are we gonna go on the offensive here? Are we gonna attack the dragon? I need to know that before my turn.
My guy is.
and
I'll try.
my next move will be an attack.
So that's 10.
Okay.
That's 20. That's 30. By my math.
Yep.
So he is now in range of attacking. And so... hopefully this does it correctly.
"12 does not hit. And a 12 does not hit.
Okay, that's... And he came out with the battle cry, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you post that so people can see it, or do I need to? So they know what happened.
Yeah. There you go. Unfortunately for everybody else, the only ones within 30 feet of you would be Nowhere and Drake. Actually, Arden also got part of that.
War Chief can't choose himself to get advantage as well?
Yeah, probably. So then it would be an 12 and a 21. So 21 would have hit.
Ooh.
And it also says the War Chief gets an attack as a bonus action.
Okay, thank you.
Shame on you for not reading your skills, Kenny.
Hey, this is new to me, and I just got it, so...
Technically, just got access, but technically you had. Yeah, anyways.
Damn, that hits too.
That hits as well. So give me damage for the spear and damage for the great axe.
Nice.
And you hear, for those that understand Orc, or whatever language, no, he speaks all languages. So I would have spoken common to attack, and the Orc would have said, I kill!
Alright, anything else for you?
No, that's all.
Drake gonna move?
Oh, yeah. Would the Drake, okay, would the Drake be able to see him attacking?
I would say yes, if the Drake was paying attention, probably see the great axe and the spear hit.
The Drake would try to go back up the steps, so I gotta see what the Drake's speed is.
So 5, 10. 20 will get it to there.
Thank you. Oh, and I can move. I forgot about that. His movement's over here, so he would at least get.
You were prone, so it would have taken 10 feet to get up, and then 10 feet there, so that's 20.
Yeah, he would have got there. Just so he's a little farther away and he's able to think about it.
Slide it.
Okay. Can she see him from here? I mean, dynamic lighting lets me, but I don't know. Does the deck of the ship block me, or? Actually, more importantly, I would like to see the passenger or rider, if possible.
2 decks above you. 10. Sure, why not?
Okay.
You can make out the the claw and an arm and a saddle and a bit of the rider as well.
Okay, I will shoot at the rider.
Sorry about that, this guy. I was doing all that. I forgot about the. Okay.
It sinks into the rider's leg.
I don't know if the orc would give me sneak attack or not. That's your call.
It doesn't matter. The arrow sinks into the. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. 13 because of the disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. Okay, and she'll run back over there, back behind the door or wall, and wisdom check.
Yep.
Saving throw.
16.
Damn it! Cut it. Okay, I'm done. What the hell is that, Sky?
Calm down. Alright, nowhere. Can you see barely see the edge of that token?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So a head pokes in next to the cannon across from you and says, "You need to get out. Come on. We need to get out of here." It's a big head. Probably like 3 times the size of your head. But yeah.
And do I recognize this creature enough to know that it's helpful?
You recognize the type of creature as a Verbeeg. Like you guys have killed before. Give me an insight check to determine if they're helpful. You're not sure entirely if they're trying to be helpful or not.
Okay, I've got another question that maybe will determine whether or not I take him up on the offer. If I were to go, from where I am and move up to this stairway, then
That's a great.
oh, all right. Well, through the door, anyway. Am I back in sight of the dragon?
Yes. You'd be able to see the dragon as soon as you get to that X.
Okay.
And technically, you can't move towards the dragon anyway.
Well,
Can't move.
I can't move toward the dragon if I can see it. But if I can't see it, can't I move that way?
That's up to Sky.
Okay, well that.
I'm reading it just a sec.
Okay.
Now, the creature can't willingly move closer to the source of its fear. That's a separate bullet point from the line of sight one.
And you very much know where it is. It's making plenty of noise.
Yes, okay. So, I can't go that way. So, how do I take advantage of this offer for help?
Go that way.
Just
And it
walk
is
that
your
way?
Sure. Crawl out the cannon hole.
Okay. Won't let me go out. And that's as far as I can go. Well, I guess I could use my dash, but to where? This is getting kind of weird.
Hey, I'll take it. The bird be helping us out. Even if he had to fight, he'd be a whole lot better meat shield than Illiken.
Hey,
That's true enough. All right. I guess I go that far, and then I don't know what else I can do. So I'll take that. What was it? Wisdom check?
Yep. Wisdom save.
Boy, that's yeah. That rate, I'm not getting unfrightened.
All right. Dragon's turn. All right.
So now, am I underwater?
No, you're on top of water.
Oh,
You're on
okay.
top of ice that the ship is stuck in.
Okay. And so then in doing that, I've actually come up a couple layers or levels, right?
You're about you were about 10 feet above 10, 20, 10. Basically crawled out of the hole, and you're about the same level as you were.
Don't forget the ship was on top of the ice. It wasn't.
Well, the main deck was 10 feet up. The captain's wheel portion was 20 feet up. So the deck, the mid deck, would have been even with the ice.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure where this is going, but I'll take it. I guess that's the end of my turn.
Was it Arviatros?
Arbitrace.
Hmm?
Arbitrace.
Ah. Arbitrace. As long as it's not Ikasaroct, I'm okay.
No, you get to her later.
If you're serious, I'm gonna be pissed.
Eh,
Be pissed with wizards, because that bitch has come back 3 times already. She's been killed 3 times. Yeah. No.
can give me an attack of opportunity from the orc?
Sure.
Assuming you want to, that is.
If I can.
That will hit.
He flying away, or is he just moving?
Just moving. Just repositioning.
He doesn't like hitting, huh? I think I know what I'm going to do next. Once it's my turn again. Hopefully I can see him now. Yes, I can.
Arden, Drake, and Orc Chief. Give me Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
DC
dead,
22.
Dead. Don't even need to. Say this again. Arden, Jake, and who?
That's fucking mean. No, scratch that. No, that's just mean. That's horrible. Holy shit, really?
Well, Drake's dead if you do that. And I didn't know if Illikin or the orc had to do it.
Orc.
The orc, okay. Constitution?
Yeah.
DC 22, holy crap. Did it auto-populate at 72, or did you just give the max for 72? Okay. Well, the Drake's did.
Drake disappeared. Will be 41 cold damage to Arden, Drake, and War Chief.
For the record, that 72 is average damage. That's not max damage.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, yeah, we're not. Yeah. I did 8d8, not 16d8. Fuck that.
So how much damage did I just get?
Yeah.
Are you cold resistant?
I think so. I gotta read. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, you have cold resistance. So you took 20 points of cold damage.
That did a great bit of help.
Well, at 41, you would have been unconscious, so. That will be it for its turn. So, Celestine, you're up.
I'm going to take a free action to cry.
Is anybody telling us to run yet? Just asking.
Run where?
Away. Not like a dragon couldn't hunt us down, but
You know, us running across the ice, the dragon could follow us for a long ways.
and mechanically, you know, I know that this Verbeeg is help nowhere out, but not only do I not know about it, but I have no way of getting up to that without pissing off the dragon. Claudette can't do it either because she'd have to run towards the dragon to do it. How sturdy is this flooring between my level and the level above me?
Frozen, but pretty sturdy.
So I wouldn't be able to start chopping at it with my spear.
Based on the time that it took you to get through the ice layers, you would expect that it would probably take you at least 30 minutes to an hour to get through the wood.
Okay, I'm gonna do something stupid. Oh my god, I can't believe I just said that. I'm turning into Kenny.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Let's see if I've 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, I'm here. I'm going to use my action. I have... Wait. Yeah, I can see the dragon from where I am, right?
Yep.
Okay. I have these strange little bottles. 6 earthenware flasks, both sides of the pot. On both sides of the pot, someone has painted a black stencil drawing of a naked flame erupting from a pile of jagged shards. Now, I'm assuming this is some sort of explosive compound. I'm hoping.
Sounds like a hand grenade.
That's kind of basically what I'm hoping for. So I would like to throw one of those at the dragon as I run past. If that is okay.
Yeah. Object.
I'm not proficient
It's
with...
an
I'm sorry.
improvised weapon ranged attack.
So basically a dexterity check.
Sure.
And I would like
All right.
I would like to throw it closer to the rider so that hopefully I get the rider and the dragon in it. Hopefully. If you'll let me.
Sure. Roll me a d4.
E4, that's disappointing.
As you throw this bottle, vial thing, it hits the strap there and bursts into fire, burning the strap, and the humanoid on top falls down into the hold.
Okay. Any damage inflicted to anything? Maybe, hopefully.
You see no, he's starting to catch on fire, but and the saddle has started to catch on fire. But the dragon took a little bit of damage, but nothing else as of yet.
Oh, great. Crap. I don't have anything to heal with. Well... I will finish my turn by running to the stairs. Let's see. Let me recount here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah, I get to the stairs. I don't know if you'll let me go up a level or not, but... Yeah, that's it for me.
They probably to there. You just got 30, right?
35.
Oh, okay.
What else?
Fine. F you.
Arden and Celestine are both wood elves, so they both got 35.
Cool. You're there.
Yay.
Alright, at the end of that's the end of your turn, right?
Yeah, there's not much more I can do. That earthenware flask was a whole lot less beneficial than I was hoping it was going to be. I was like expecting like a big burst of fire, like fireball or something, and yeah, not so much.
At the end of your turn, it will take a legendary action to shout, "No! Malthorn!" And it will.
Yeah, I did.
Um,
How do you spell the name? The dude's name? Whenever you're
just a sec, yeah, I'll
done.
get there. Kenny gets to do a dexterity save.
Okay. Cross fingers. Yeah! That's hilarious.
Rook is prone and takes 5 points of bludgeoning damage as he falls 1 level down.
Does this thing look like it's been hit at all?
It looks like it has barely been damaged. Arden, your turn.
The new icon that showed up, is that the rider?
Yeah.
That was my intent, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if that was appropriate for Sky, but I felt like it was appropriate to show that he was on the ground because I took my turn to make it happen.
Anybody want to start negotiating with this dragon?
Be not already tried in Draconic.
Well, now we have access to his rider, so you know. Maybe.
And now I have another question since the rider's now on the ground. Because I have the Hail of Thorns, and it's on my next engagement on where the 5 feet around that engagement the Hail of Thorns hits, right? If I read it correctly, if I understood it correctly.
Yeah, so if you crap.
So if I engage the dragon, okay, anything within 5 feet of him plus the additional 5 feet around whatever is going to get hit with a Hail of Thorns.
So the next time you hit a creature, so if you hit with your ranged weapon attack. It will create a rain of thorns that sprouts from your ranged weapon. In addition, blah blah blah, targeted attack, and each creature within 5 feet of it, correct, must make a dexterity save, or take 1d10 piercing.
Oh, okay. The creature is okay. And now all of a sudden I see that you marked him with an X, so I don't have to worry about him anyway. All right. So, and I'm assuming it's my turn, right? So
It is your turn.
I'm going to engage the dragon with my bow. And I hope it's a hit.
It is not a hit.
Oh, I wasted that thing, didn't I? How the heck do you miss a friggin' dragon?
Hey, does he hit the boat and the dragon's in 5 feet of the boat?
The question of how do you miss a dragon, I'm gonna say that there's a lot of wind coming just from outside, and I'm gonna say that its giant wings are probably flapping, even though it's like trying to sit on the 2.5-foot railing that's there.
Not to mention, just because you didn't score a hit doesn't mean you didn't actually hit it. Maybe it just bounced off his scales.
Sure, that too.
I'm gonna go to the stairs. Do I stay on the stairs or do I go up a level? 10,
That is up to you.
20.
That
I'm
would
gonna
get
go up a
you
level.
15 feet. Get there would be 25 feet.
Okay. That's it. I'll stay right there. I'll end my turn.
Pelican, your turn.
Okay. Pelican's going to shoot the bugger. There's anything he can do right now. And he's trying to figure out how he's going to do that. Let's pause. Because what I was going to do, I can't do now. Is he on fire currently?
Who? Is who on fire?
The dragon.
No.
Okay, do dragons have any known enemies? Things they're afraid of?
Give me a history check at advantage due to your dragon history class stuff.
This works. I will forever be indebted to my brother-in-law. But I first have to pass this test.
You would believe that most dragons, maybe not fear, but despise dragons of a different conclave. So, a white dragon being chromatic might despise a metallic dragon.
Okay. I'm gonna
But that
cast.
said, with your thaumaturgy, you can do up to, I think if you're doing an image, I want to say that you can do like up to 5 feet or something. It's small.
No, I was going with sound.
Okay.
And what I was gonna do is a very loud cry of a. You said chromatic,
Metallic?
metallic dragon. I mean, well, it says such as a rumble. So I would have. Could I do a rumble or a, multitude of dragon sounds type? Like.
You could do like one.
Okay.
This is a cantrip. This is a very basic
Well, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try.
level 0 spell, basically.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna try. And it'll keep doing it for a minute, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast it. Right behind its ears. Right, where they can't see, right back there, to where it's close, but you can't see it.
So you're casting behind its ears, and what is it saying?
It's a loud war cry of a dragon, pretty much. That's, it's all for real.
Yep.
Not like right next to it, but a little farther back so he thinks it's coming in closer, type of thing. This is gonna have 3 of these. I'm gonna try for the next 3 turns to cast it. Unless it scares it away. That'll be his turn. The orc is going to get up. And where is the orc? Is it right there? Now?
Yep.
He's going to come over here to see if he can. get a little bit farther away. No. He's going to move right here. And he's going to cast 2. And he gets right. He's advantage because of his war cry earlier.
Yes, advantage. So 25 and a 24 both hit.
Yeah, that's all I can do that I can think of at the present moment.
All right. It will take another legendary action. Give me another. Wait. Wait a minute. Scratch that. Did you throw the spear, or is you're out of melee with the dragon?
Yeah, ranged.
Okay, then it would be only one. Well, I'll take the 15.
Oh, okay. I thought. Okay. Damn. Okay. Thought he was a big bad. You know, he carried a lot of these things on his back.
He popped out of nowhere. He popped out of thin air. You got triple your hit points almost, so he's a big bad. So nonetheless, I do need a dexterity save from the Orc War Chief. Maybe not. Let me think. Actually, scratch that. You don't need to worry about that one.
Oh, he would have stood up, so he's no longer prone at least.
Yep.
Can't imagine his spear throwing would be terribly accurate if he was laying down. At least I can't throw very accurately when laying down.
I can't either, but I was making sure because I did say he moved. But I noticed he's still showing he's prone. I'm just making sure. Well, I mean, we're dead no matter what, but I'm trying to give us as much as we can.
It's not going to take a legendary action. It's going to leave like that. Claudette's turn now.
She's gonna hide. Like, literally try to stealth.
Yep. We'll see if she can do that or not.
Okay.
Is that it for her?
And then she's gonna try to beat her fear. Damn it, Claudette.
What does she have to beat to get a?
16. Meet or exceed a 16.
Unfortunately, she has no bonus to her wisdom save, so she has to actually roll a 16 or better. And that's it for her, because she literally can't do anything else.
Can't move closer, and she can't see it, right?
I suppose I could attack.
It's about the only thing we can do to survive now. You know, if enough of us maybe hit it, he gets scared away.
I'm not gonna hold my breath on that one.
Me either. I'm just saying.
Hey, at least I hit it.
You did.
No sneak because nobody's by it.
Okay, can I hide after A?
Yeah.
Okay. Not that I think 16 is actually gonna fool a dragon, but... Okay, that's it.
A head will poke into the cannon hole over here. And kind of in a hoarse whisper, "Want to live? Get out now!" And back off. Nowhere, it is your turn.
All right. If I remember right, we have a couple of grappling hooks on the side of the ship here. Is that right?
You have one on the side of the ship, and you have one going from the main deck up to the front of the top front thing.
Okay. Well, that will do. Which side of the ship is the dragon on?
Well, you don't see it, so not this side.
Okay, I guess that's good enough. I'm going to move toward that grappling hook. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. And 1, 2. I should be able to reach that grappling hook from here, right?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to grab the rope on the hook and pull myself aboard. All right.
How much movement do you have?
I have 30.
Okay, you moved 40.
Yeah, well, I was using my dash for
Okay.
part of it.
Okay.
Can I finish with my dash and get up the rope and onto the deck somewhere around here? And I suppose that puts me in sight of the dragon again, doesn't it?
You can't move up because you'd be moving towards the dragon. So, at the moment, no, you're still on the ice.
Okay. Is being frightened of that dragon Does that prevent me from disguising myself as something else or someone else and being able to move in there?
You could disguise yourself, but the presence of the dragon is frightening you. So you're not changing into someone else, you're still you.
Okay. So it's not what the dragon observes, it's my fear.
Yeah, you personally are frightened.
All right. Well, then I guess I'm just going to stay on the outside of the ship hanging onto that rope.
Yep.
And
Give me a wisdom save. And you are now not frightened and cannot be frightened for the next 24 hours.
all right. So, but that's the end of my turn, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'll just take it. Because that frightened was creating all sorts of difficulty. With that, I guess I'm done my turn.
The dragon will look down at the body below and will climb down the side of the ship, looking the inside side of the ship, looking directly at Arden, Celestine, and Aelican. Ignoring the stupid orc. And say, "You must help. I will not harm you. You must get him back on my, whatever the hell you call it, spine." On his friend. You must help. And that will be its turn. And what the hell? I did not switch anything out of the turn order, but it just disappeared on me.
It did to me too.
Yeah, it
Same
did.
here.
There was a time limit on it.
No. I don't know. I just had a weird glitch too. It might have been related to mine. My screen just flipped to the forum for some reason instead of the game. I had to reopen it all.
If everyone wants to just go ahead and select your tokens and re-roll real quick. I'm opening the last week's game so that I can get the numbers.
Do this, run! There we go. We're gonna die. I'm surprised you know. Okay, has anybody died yet? Okay, knocked out yet?
Not yet.
Other than my
Not yet. Real close.
pet,
We need to stop with all the negative vibes. You're not helping.
Well, it just gave us a path to freedom, safety, whatever. And I'm guessing everyone heard it. I mean, it's kind of hard not to hear a dragon. So, I am more than willing to go help him put this creature back on its back if it's not going to hurt us in return.
I first want to do an insight check to see if he was being honest.
That seemed appropriate.
Let's see. He could have, like, the three of us, okay, and just cold breathed the snot out of us.
I think he's still got 2 more turns on that before he can. Now that's out of character knowledge, but you know what I mean. I agree with you though. He hasn't just kept doing stuff to us, but I'm still afraid of him because I was trying to be nice and he attacked me. Granted, I had just killed his minions, but still, he could have said, "Why did you kill my minions?"
Not to mention looting his horde.
We haven't told him that. Shut up.
He's not stupid. He called us thieves already.
Yeah.
My thing is, why does he need this guy on his back?
Maybe it's his pet.
He's gone insane.
That's a distinct possibility.
So, Celestin, it's your turn.
I'm gonna take Illigan's suggestion, which I can't believe I didn't think of his first. But can I do an insight check to see if I feel he's being honest?
Sure.
Damn it.
Let me... No, you don't think so.
I don't think he's being
Not-
honest.
Not 100% sure, and you've met his, so, or hers, or its, or whatever it is. So not 100% sure, but you're pretty sure that, given your knowledge of white dragons, as well as the way it said it, you're kind of certain that it probably won't live up to its deal.
Okay, I'm going to lean in close to Arden, real close, and whisper, "Get everyone else away." And then I will, as I'm working my way towards this hole, I'll tell the dragon, "As long as you promise not to hurt us, I will help you." And I will jump down, if you'll let me.
Dexterity save. No issues.
Okay. And work my way over to the body and start trying to manhandle it up onto the dragon.
Won't you need to replace the saddle somehow?
I'm a leather worker. I don't know. That's up to Sky.
Anything else for you?
Just gonna try to help get him back into the saddle, and that my turn's done. Hopefully Arden heard my
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Arden. Oh my gosh. Arden, it's your turn.
I'm going to move over to Pelican and say, we need to get out of here. Are these steps up or down?
Those ones go up to the next level. I think.
Okay.
That one goes up that way. Yes, those ones go up.
I need to go up.
Where were you? You were like down here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a 20. I got 15 more.
You're using your action to dash.
Yeah, that'll probably help me get further away from him. Okay.
All right, you have 25 more feet at this point.
And the rope's on this side, right?
Yeah, the rope's sitting about right there.
And I'll climb down the rope. Don't let me, but okay.
All right. Look, in your turn.
Okay, I don't know anything about the Fulberg, right?
What's that?
I don't know anything about the Fulberg who says there's a hole.
The
that we can do
Verbig?
it.
Yes, the Verbig stuck its head inside the cannon, or inside the hole of the cannon right here, and whispered for y'all to get out.
Okay, so he's on the outside. Gotcha.
He's quite literally right where you can barely see his token right there.
No,
Well,
that's
he
okay.
was,
I
and then he...
thinking there was a. This whole time you kept saying that, I thought there was a hole into like a cavern underneath the ice.
Gotcha. No, there is a cannon hole right there.
It's like a little
then
porthole
I-
for the end of the cannon
yeah,
to stick
porthole.
out.
Okay, I tell the orc chief to protect Celestine. And I go up.
Up. Okay.
And I know he'll disappear in a moment. The orc chief will run or use dash. In fact, I don't even think he has to use dash. I think he's got it as a to get down here. To get down on the bottom.
You just gonna jump, or...
No, he's gonna go down the stairs, but with the aggressive, he's running towards it. He's just getting to it as fast as possible. Without, jumping.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can get there, no problem.
once he's down on the bottom, how intelligent is a work chief? Or the spirit of this thing?
It has about the common intelligence of a commoner.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. You tell me if it's a no-go or a yes-go on whether it will be done.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep.
You go. I do this.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's saying that to Celestine.
Celestine and the other scaredy one. Anybody down here?
Okay.
Well, Claudette can't even see you, so.
Yeah. It can't see Claudette, and it doesn't know that Claudette's where Claudette is,
Well,
and Claudette can't see it.
okay. I'm saying that to Celestine so that.
So Celestine, as you are trying to pick up a dead body of some humanoid, which I'm sure I read what race he was at some point, but whatever.
I think you said Elven.
Okay, cool. As you are picking up this dead elven corpse out of the saddle and trying to position it, a very large orc, much like one that you've seen before, runs up to you and says, "Get out, I do this."
We will see what happens on my turn.
Anything else for you, Elikin?
Yeah, now I can go back to my character because doing it all on the same map, so I have to keep moving. How far can I move once I got here?
You had 10 feet.
Okay, can I get off?
For the
10,
record,
15.
the rope is hanging like right here.
Yep. So you go down there, which now you would be at ground level.
Okay.
Alright, Claudette.
So, can we pretend that Claudette believes him and is less frightened and is willing to move towards him enough to go upstairs?
I don't think so.
Damn.
Sorry, Claudette, you might be dying.
In that case, she's just going to try to stealth again. Well, it's better roll than last time. And then wisdom saving throw. Yes, she's no longer afraid. Next turn, she can actually do stuff.
Can she move after she tried
Nope, it's at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I know, because it's the last thing you do, not be first.
Yep.
I tried.
What am I looking for? Oh, you already did it. Okay, I'm good. However, she's pretty convincingly stealthed.
Hopefully.
So she thinks.
I'm convinced.
I got a question for you. I was going to do something and I forgot to do it. Can I do one thing? It's not an attack or anything. Well,
Explain what you want to do, and then we'll see.
it's the same. It's the same because I said I'd do it for the next 3 turns. Another thermal of the you know.
Oh, I forgot to. Just one sec. I was gonna do that on its turn.
You know that doesn't take spell slots, right?
I know. Okay, I know it doesn't. You can only do 3 of them at a time, and so that's what for the next 3 times I'm making it to where there's 3 metallic dragons sound like they're.
Okay, I understand what you're doing. I'm just making sure you knew it didn't take spell slots.
Oh yeah, no.
That's all.
Yes, it is. It is. So, yes, the vocals are just kind of behind it, behind its ear, and it's just ongoing. You don't have to actually tell me that it's ongoing. It's just ongoing.
No, it says it can do 3. What I mean is, well, there's that vocals. Well, now there's another set of vocals, so it's like amplifying.
No,
Okay.
no. You can cast thaumaturgy as an action, and it lasts for up to a minute,
Yes.
and it is continuous for up to that minute.
Yes.
So if you wanted to add stuff, then you'd have to cast the cantrip.
No, that's what I meant. That's
Okay, you need to specify that. That's when you said it. You said I can do it up to 3 times, and I'm like, okay, what? I don't know what you're telling me.
I was going to cast it each time for 3 actions. At the very bottom of that, if you cast this spell multiple times, you can have up to 3 of its 1-minute effects active at a time.
Okay.
So it's like, well, this time it sounds like this many. The next, or it sounds just like you said there was 1.
So basically, you're trying to make it sound like there's another dragon joining
now
each turn.
2 coming, and now there's 3 coming.
Okay. Yeah. I will let this pass this time, but next time you have to remember that on your turn.
I know. I will. That's. You threw me off with the other thing. So.
All right. Dinjong, or you don't know its name, but this very female giant-looking creature will again poke its head in to into the hole. That will appear, and let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back with nowhere.
All right.
Sounds good. I'm here. My dad will be back in just a moment.
I'm here.
He's got to go put his headset on.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sounds like we're just missing Arden.
I'm here.
Okay, sounds like everyone's back then.
Recant something real quick. The Verbeeg will as the Verbeeg takes its head and hand out of the cannon hole, it'll look over at the three of y'all and point to the north east and say, "I have cave, go that way." And now it's Nowhere's turn.
Okay.
Okay, well, northeast. That gives us a direction at least.
That does indeed.
I should say more east-northeast. Like that.
Well, I try to move, and the other image of the ship keeps me from moving to the east.
Okay. But you are moving to the east
Yeah.
and doing anything else or just moving?
Just moving east-northeast and using my action to dash an additional 30 feet.
Yep.
And that's my turn. But I can't move it, so you need to.
Or no, it's not going to move. It's fine. It's in your head.
Uh,
It will. It will kind of lean its neck down. So that to help get Malthorond back on its spine, to help Celestine and this orc that just showed up. It will move its neck down to help the situation. Silicon, give me a deception check.
I'm ugly. This should work.
Yeah, that'll be it for its turn. Celestine?
I guess. Um. Okay, I guess I'll turn to the orc war chief and say, "You got this."
It will give you a nod.
Okay, then I will. I guess I'll turn and bolt for the stairs. Um. And I'll climb out this porthole here. And first thing I will do is look around for nowhere. Do I see him?
He is about 60 feet to the northeast of you. East northeast.
Do I need to notify Claudette that we're running, or does she already know? I don't want to say it too loudly because I don't want the dragon to know, but or I don't want to make it obvious to the dragon, but and she already knows, right?
We'll pretend like she already knows.
Okay. But as long as I see nowhere, I will bolt after him using my dash. So my total movement should be 70. And that's it for me.
Arden?
I'm going to do the same thing. Use my dash to my 35 and head in the direction of nowhere.
Ilkin.
I'm gonna wait for Claudette because I know we're still missing somebody, and I'm going to cast third time. And this time, this sound's going to be. We're heading what direction?
Northeast.
East northeast.
Over by the northeast, so that he doesn't go that way.
Okay.
So there should be 3 of these guys screaming cover. So.
He should know by now that Claudette is faster than everyone else, right?
Huh?
Okay, whatever.
Yeah. The orc chief is going to continue to try to get this dragon or this guy attached to his back.
Give me a athletics check.
He doesn't have an athletics. Dexterity?
Strength.
Strength. He can barely even move the he can barely even move the corpse.
That's hilarious.
That's okay, because
Big belly orc. Wimpy.
Yeah. Number 8. No, he's holding up time. He's doing exactly that.
yeah, he's stalling.
He's stalling.
The longer it takes him to place the creature, the longer we can run.
That's it. That's the story. Because he's got 18, so he should be able to lift this guy.
What?
Okay, Claudette, being no longer frightened, is going to bolt for the stairs. Climb the stairs. Once she's climbed the stairs, she will dive out the porthole and land with the 3-point landing, hopefully.
Crawl out, but yeah. No drop because it's it is sea level.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So she crawls out. Her movement using double dash should be 90.
Yep, that'll get her just outside, I think, the porthole.
Okay, well, she sees Illiken and pats him on the rump for waiting for her. And
Sinjong will
that's it.
run after you guys. And let's see here. Um,
Think you sent that to the wrong person there, Ken.
Thanks.
changing maps.
Yeah, what I posted, what I
Um.
said before I run, since I
Yep.
just laid it on there to begin with, I picked it up and ran.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Um. Sounds good. Um. As you guys are running, you get to the map that you're on now. Um. And there's a cave. It takes you about, I'm gonna say, about 20 minutes to get to this cave, and about 10 minutes. 1 minute. So yeah, about 9 minutes after you leave that ship, and you're running and you're running and you're running. Out of nowhere, you hear cry of pissed off dragon, and Illican, you would know that your summon just disappeared.
He'll send a quick "I'm sorry" to the gods as he's running. But say that's for revenge for Drake. And tell everybody he may be starting to come after us now. So
Yeah,
run faster.
about 20 minutes in, you get to where you are currently.
Add a character. If he hasn't caught up with us in 20 minutes, we're safe. Well, he's probably not chasing.
He's probably still trying to get that stupid guy on his back. Only problem is we didn't get to clean out the horde.
Yeah, we did.
And you did.
We looted the horde.
Well, I thought we hadn't looted where the, the 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 minions were.
Yeah, we looted everything.
Okay, cool. Then I don't.
The only thing that you didn't get to is the front part of that hold.
Gotcha.
So, I guess let's continue towards the cave.
As fast as humanly possible.
Well, none of us are humans, so. Besides, if you wanted to go fast as humanly possible, a lot of us would actually have to slow down.
I expect her to keep running as fast as possible. So she would already be there. She'd be like, "Come on, wait for us. Where are you guys at?" As I run, I thank the guy behind us. All right, people, thank you for the help. We needed it.
That's as far as I can go. But since I'm the slowest in the party, uh, everybody else should be able to get inside.
Actually,
Well, I will stay with him.
that's as far as I can go. So you and I are the same speed. Now my Drake's not even there, so. But my Drake would
True.
be inside saying you're slow. That's as far as I can go. For 60 feet. And the clot's over there already, on a chair, having a beer, saying you guys are slow.
Claudette is staying with you. For some reason, she seems to like you.
So as you all get there, everybody give me a perception check.
I remember where it is. I'm too tired.
After nature, before performance.
What? Huh? Oh, I know what you're saying.
Celestine is too busy scanning the sky for dragons. Unless whatever you're talking about is coming from the sky, in which case she's looking down, trying to keep her traction, not fall over.
Oh. So none of y'all hear it.
Claudette did pretty good.
Claudette 20. Okay, gotcha. So Claudette hears a rustling of from the snow to the south.
She will just turn and look that direction, trying to perceive what it is.
As a strange insectoid creature emerges from the snow.
Does she recognize it?
Yes, he recognizes it.
She'll say, "Oh, guess what? Found someone. We know that person, don't we? Or that thing." I really hate role-playing other people. Just, I'm gonna throw that out there again.
I know. I had this all set up, and I was really hoping that she'd be there, but yeah. Had this set up for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. But nonetheless, damn it. Right through the middle of y'all, a firebolt will pop through. Letting you all know to turn around and look and see an insectoid creature that you all know just to the south of you.
Celestine will say, Did he just shoot at us?
Sure seemed like it.
He'll grab his weapons and get in position to attack.
I'm going to notch an arrow onto my bow.
Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
You're not in this yet. Go to spell, see if I've used any of them.
Or, Arden, you're up.
Do that one. Okay.
Sky must be very upset with Agrius. He's killing off his character.
This was the plan since Agrius created the character.
Ah, okay.
Agrius knew this was the plan.
Anyway,
I gotta delete the
I'm
joke.
going to yell at him. Okay. And ask him what is he doing.
While you get back and return his.
Insectoid clicking?
Yep.
Chittering, I guess, would be more appropriate.
I'm going to I'm going to shoot an arrow not directly at him, but off to his right side.
I wonder if that's if you get a -1, you hit them, and if you don't, you do actually shoot past them. Sorry.
Well, he didn't hit any of us with the fireball. He's clacking like he normally does. Okay. I figure right that this way he'll understand that this is a warning shot.
You're shooting an arrow close to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me an intimidation check.
Mhm.
Didn't show.
Oh, I thought the insight was my dad's intimidation. I'm like, hey, that looks like mine.
Your arrow lands inches away from its feet. Anything else for you?
No, that'll be it. Leave it up to Celestine to whack this sucker. He gets
No faith in
ornery.
me whatsoever. Granted, a toothpick can knock me over right now, but still.
wait and see what Clackers does.
Clackers. I like that nickname. Certainly better than its real
Yeah.
name.
That's what I was thinking.
We're going to
On the plus side, this can't be Fireball. He should be too.
as you have a spell for Fireball that I would be putting out.
Oh, yeah, that too. I was just thinking he should be too low level for that. That's not to say he hasn't gained 10 levels since we last faced him. Or last saw him. Oh. Oh, he done just pissed off Celestine.
Uh, Constitution saving throw, DC 18 from everybody in that area.
Can you do that one more time?
Constitution saving throw.
Okay. So much fun.
You're a big, burly Goliath. What are you worried about Constitution saving throws for?
Claudette takes 4 points of damage. Celestine takes 4 points of necrotic damage. And Illican takes 4 points of necrotic damage. Nowhere and Arden take 8 points of necrotic.
Claudette doesn't take any?
Claudette should take 4.
Okay.
How many did I take?
Arden, you did not succeed, so you took the full 8. Not that there was any vegetation in that area, but if there was, it would be dead.
Yeah, Celestine's now very pissed. That's the naughty spell.
And that is action. And that will be it for its turn.
I don't know if I do or not. Let me check.
Celestine, it's yours.
Okay, I will use my bonus action to switch into starry form. Chalice. And I will use my action to go up to walk around here and touch Illiken with my sphere tip.
You.
Cast Cure Wounds on him. How badly injured does he look?
Pretty. He's hanging on. That's about all he's doing.
Being nice.
Okay,
He's doing about as well as Arden's doing. Hanging on.
Then I will use 4 charges from the sphere. So it does, what is that, 22 healing.
Oh.
And then I will use the Chalice Heal on Arden. So it's 22 healing to Ilkin and 9 to Arden. And I will point with my sphere at the clocker. Give Arden my most serious, deadly, anger look and say, kill it. I'm sorry, not Arden, Illiken. Well,
He
anyone.
smiles. He smiles. My Drake got killed. I need to release some stress.
Anything else? Celestine?
Nope, I think I did just about everything I could do. Glad she's on our side. Just saying.
Yeah, I am too. I like that, attacks. Dang. Whoa. Yeah, I'd have died really fast if he was attacking me.
She.
She didn't hear me call him a he, so she attacking me. Otherwise, I would die fast.
The meow said she...
Claudette's turn.
Oh, she's got a turn too.
I wonder how his brain matter tastes.
It's wondering the same thing about you.
It's an insect, so it probably doesn't really have a spinal column. Which means it doesn't have spinal fluid. But Claudette is going to take a step back. Actually, she's going to move off this direction. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That'll work. And she's going to shoot with her bow. Because I know she's got that fancy rapier, but I don't want to get close. She has arrows, right? Yeah.
Ooh, beautiful.
And in theory, the Verbeeg
Is a friend.
Okay, so I should get sneak. I'm assuming a 25 hits. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yep.
Okay.
It hits.
Okay. Then she will kind of crouch down in the snow, maybe burrow herself a little bit, and try to hide there. I know it's out in the middle of nowhere, so it's not really going to do anything, but that doesn't mean I can't RP it.
Alright, you're looking.
Yeah. That should be 30. I'm making sure. Oops. Guess not. I don't make it. It's right there. Damn. Well, wait a minute. I think I can do this. I'm trying to. Using this, do I have to hit first before it increases to 30 or 60 feet?
No, because it says hit or miss. But you have to attack from where you're at.
Oh, okay. Then I don't want to use that one yet.
Basically, it's giving you the swashbuckler feat of feature of being able to hit at it and then be able to dodge, to prance away without opportunity attacks.
Yeah. I said I'll save it for right now then. But I will do that too.
That does not hit.
Boo! Oh, okay. You're dead, Pistilla.
I'm not seeing anything at all. Last thing I see is my attack. Am I not up to... No, well, there it goes. Never mind.
Oh.
Well, there's a whole lot of stuff coming up. Okay.
That it for you then?
Yup, that's it.
Or nowhere.
All right. Um, oh, I'm good. I'm going to fire my longbow of warning. And miss.
Fortunately, yes.
So I guess I'm not doing anything.
Action surge. Action surge. Action
Yes,
surge.
yes.
Peanut gallery. Peanut gallery.
Yes. I was thinking about using that in any case, but actually what I was wondering is, should I move first? Because, with that action surge, wouldn't I be able to move, then claim the action surge, and then be able to move again on
No.
that second one?
You get an extra action.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't give
Well-
you a bonus action or
It
movement.
does not. It doesn't give you a full extra turn, just an extra action.
Okay. I like it the other way, but okay. Uh, okay. I'll move out there. And then I'm going to claim my action surge, which then gives me another attack. And I will attack again with a longbow of warning. And I'll bet you that one hits.
No, it doesn't. Oh, don't ask me.
Yeah. Knock him on the head just to wake him up. Uh, okay,
It is
since
going to cast a shield, and you will see that it's about to hit its mark. It'll bounce off.
okay,
He sucks.
okay, does that prevent me from using the grasping arrow? I guess.
Yeah, you gotta
It
hit
did not hit.
before it's of any benefit.
Okay, yeah, you suck.
Thank you.
Well, Sky doesn't suck. The enemy
No,
sucks.
the enemy. I was just,
Okay, just
kind of
clarify.
paraphrasing uh, some sort of a vicious mockery or something. Okay, so that's the case, and I guess I'm done.
Arden, your turn.
I'm going to engage with my bow. And favorite foe. I'm going to mark him as favorite foe.
Hit
That'll
save.
just barely hit.
Don't care, barely hit him.
His 24 hits, but
What? Oh, nope, never mind. Scratch that. It was 20. Okay, I was 25. Sorry.
math sucks.
Sorry, no, that did not hit. So yeah, I'm gonna go back with through math. Anything else for you, Arden?
I'm done.
He is gonna look over at Claudette.
What size cone you looking for?
30. That at 25 then. That's a 30.
It looks like a 35.
Okay, that works. So Pinjong and Silicon.
Yes, what am I doing?
DC 18 Constitution save.
I use that spell so much on my Paladin Cleric. It's not even funny.
Okay, so you succeed.
I don't know.
Right, I think 18. Yeah. Um. So you succeed. So you take 7 points of force damage. Yep, force damage.
Really start at this guy.
But you see the guy that's bigger than you uh get pushed back. Um.
I was using him to block
Yeah.
some of the force. That's what it is. He took the brunt of it.
Before it leaves, it will yell out towards Claudette, and in uncommon, she will hear, "You left me, you bitch."
Okay.
We'll get to there, and that's the end of its turn. Celestine.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. I will... I'll go ahead and cast Guiding Bolt at 2nd level at him because I have no 1st level spells left.
Nice.
Bastard!
We'll look back at you and
Give you what accounts the middle finger.
well, one of the middle hands. Many middle hands.
Well, this is a really gutsy move, guys, but I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to change into Archer form, which still, on this turn, I can still fire a luminous arrow with that change, because it says so. Crap. I doubt 13
That will
hits.
not hit.
Okay, well, I guess the bastard gets away.
We don't.
Unless someone else. Oh, I guess he has the whole rest of the party to attack him before his turn again. So, go for it.
No matter what, I can catch up with him.
Well, once he gets off the maps, it's done. So I'm done.
That went nowhere.
Does he look hurt at all?
Bestiola, yeah, Bestiola looks way bloody.
Good.
Claudette. That would be you, White.
Oh, right.
Tweet, 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 tweet. Wake up.
It's a nice snowy morning out.
80 feet. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'll go ahead and shoot. Damn it. Okay. That's it.
Okay.
This time I will do it. Once I find it.
You gotta attack, though.
I know. But that's the bonus action.
But it requires you to attack. If you don't hit, then you can move
I
an
think
additional speed, but you have to attack before you.
I think he was just casting it like you do with your hunter's mark.
I am attacking. That's.
Ugh, God. You guys, we suck. All of us. None of us can hit. It's just a bug. Just squish the damn thing.
Would if I had a hammer.
Okay, so with advantage, you would have hit.
He had advantage?
Because of the Zephyr Strike. Once before the spell ends, you can Give yourself advantage on one attack.
I thought it just gave extra damage.
And then an extra 1d8.
Oh. Okay.
Which was a 7.
Nice.
So how do you kill this? How do you kill this bug?
Right. I'm pissed. I pull back my bow. I aim right for the back of his head as he's trying to run, and I let loose. It goes through the back of his what do you call it? The shell, out the front and right into the hand that he flipped us off into.
Tim, if you are somewhere out there watching this, paying attention to us, and still ignoring us and all that stuff, you knew this was coming and you had it coming. So there you go.
So, just out of curiosity, that carapace, that might make some nice scale armor, right?
Carapace, that's what it's called. Thank you.
You really want to cut up a humanoid?
It's a bug.
It's a bug.
It's a bug. But didn't he have a whole lot of stuff in his bag?
He fired a fireball at me. He is no longer anything but a bug.
Well, I thought he was a bug to begin with, but
Well, before
He was a bug humanoid like a Loxodon is a elephant humanoid.
Before he was a sentient bug. Now he's a bug that threw something at me. No.
okay, if you have to insist that he's humanoid, then I won't, but
I don't. I'll scrape it for you.
That carapace would make a nice bit of armor.
yeah, I am gonna take the carapace. Screw that. Either armor or a nice shield or something. Shit.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. And whatever he's carrying, we ought to get that too.
Sounds like your friends are trying to get you to become evil or something.
It's not really evil. I mean, he was evil. So, it's not evil to I'm just I'm following one of Gibbs's, from NCIS, one of Special Agent Gibbs's rules. Don't waste good.
Shay,
I don't know.
I can't argue with Gibbs.
No, you can't.
Yeah, but you can't.
Nobody can argue with Gibbs.
You can't say don't waste good. Because you guys harassed me for wasting it, or for not wasting it. You can't use that.
Anyway, okay, you're going to take his shilling. You're
Yes.
going to investigate his bag too.
A survival check to see if you can carve out this former colleague of yours out of his shell.
I help.
Its shell.
I'll help.
Wow, everyone's game to help. Oh, nice.
You got yourself a full shell that kind of strangely rolls up into itself.
With that roll, does he also find anything on it? Since we were so good at making sure everything was,
No, that is a survival check.
I know, but
For
I was
cutting.
trying.
Nope, sorry. You guys got to do an investigation check of your own.
Okay, actually, I believe that Claudette would have to do the because he's the one that flipped her off. I'm just saying.
Sure, if you guys
He
want.
flipped all of y'all off. He was just he knew that she's the one that could understand him, so that's why he yelled at her.
Sure, I will do an investigation check with Claudette if somebody wants to help.
Oh yes.
I'll help.
Because we all... wait, before I do this, we all know how bad I roll with Claudette. Are you sure you want me doing this roll?
Hey,
I'll
cats, before you do that, okay, this is me out of character harassing. You should cast what do you call it on her? Give
Guidance.
yourself a
Guidance?
chance.
Sure, why not? I'll cast guidance on her, and I've got help, so it's with advantage. I'm telling you guys, I roll like shit with Claudette. I always have.
Holy crap, man!
So, 12 with the investigation check. So, I warned you guys.
No, I
You said you
did
did.
not. Well, I can't do it because I'm not the rogue.
You don't have to be a rogue to investigate someone.
Oh, you guys harassed me, and I'm not getting harassed.
Oh,
So I'm
whatever.
putting that there.
But you've got a nice shell that you can turn
Yes.
into armor or
Yes, I
shield
do.
or something.
Yes, I do.
I still say we were so meticulous on that shell that we should be able to get.
No. So, should I just call this a bug carapace then?
Sure.
Clacker shell.
Clacker shell. I like that better. Clacker carapace. I'll put that in there.
Roasting hands over an open fire. Oh. No, I would not be that guy. Uh-oh. The Psycho has been writing something for a while. I'm in trouble.
I'm hoping he's writing down everything we found on him, which could be quite a lot of inventory. Nice guy.
Did he already pop it up?
No, he
No.
used his sirenscape to laugh at us.
Oh. I have that turned down so it doesn't interfere with everybody's voices.
I have it down pretty low, but it plays pretty loud anyway, most of the time.
Yeah.
But as long as I have the headset on, I can hear it in the background and hear everyone else's voices. So if I were just using speakers, that wouldn't work for me.
All right, there you go.
Okay, I will take all that, put it in Claudette's inventory, and she can decide what to do with it when she returns. Because it wouldn't be fair for me to make the decision over stuff she's found.
That's acceptable. Well, what?
Oh,
no.
and a potion? Okay.
Could say they were that close. Can we see if we observe what she takes? But,
I'd say that you could observe that what she takes because you were helping, but because she took it, we'll let her do that next week.
Yeah.
Another book. Yeah. Okay, I do have one question for the DM. Did you go easy on us for that dragon?
Of course he did.
Well, I know, but I mean,
I cut half of the frickin' breath attack away. Of course I did.
well, I know that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the us getting away.
No.
Okay.
I mean, maybe, but no.
All right.
I did what the book told me to do.
I mean, Kenny, think about it. I put a ancient dragon against you guys at level 14, and she obliterated you. What the
I
hell
know.
do you think they're gonna? An ancient dragon is gonna do against a group of level 4s?
Like I
And
said,
and with your background, you would definitely know that it was an ancient dragon.
yeah.
Yeah, we had no chance. I mean, the fact that we were even attacking it was stupid. We should have just bolted the second we heard it.
No. I don't know. I tend to have characters that like to go play with dragons. I don't know.
Yeah, the DM took it very easy on us with that one. He could have, yeah, no.
Well, Ilkin's got a death wish.
That's the guy that was about to climb back up onto the ship.
You can't
Just
argue
got to
with
put
him
that
there,
out
Dad.
there.
Can't
I
argue with him
gave you
there.
I gave you an out per what the book told me to do. Is hey, this Verbig could come and help them out if they get into a bind. And so this Verbig says, hey, come out here, stay quiet. And what do? Climb out the porthole, walk north, and go, I want to climb back up onto the ship.
He's got you
Well,
there.
Yeah, certainly. I was still thinking at that time that I could probably get a shot at the writer, but it just took me a little bit of thinking to and some discussion to realize that it was a hopeless situation. We need to run.
Oh man.
So
I blew a good orc. That's what sucks.
yeah.
But
Well, wasn't that orc a summons?
yeah, but I don't have too many of those.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you could
Hail
still summon
Mary.
it again.
No, that's a Hail Mary. I screw myself every time I use it. Hmm.
Hell, whatever. So now we're out here near the Verbig's cage, and
That's that token for y'all's
I see.
reference.
Yeah, he was big and
That's
ugly.
neat. So we're now out here near the Verbig's cave, and we should probably think about how we're going to go back to town or what we're going to do, because staying out here on the ice isn't very useful.
Ask the Furbig if we're still allowed to go into his cave and hide for a little while and recoup.
He invites you into her cave.
Then he will gladly go with her and thank her for everything, all the help she's given for our stupidity, and walks towards the cave.
I am moving maps.
he will eat good tonight because I do not think I did a berry last night. I don't
I'm
remember doing.
certain at some point y'all will um, take a look at what is it? Arden's map that he took, and the 6 foot by 6 foot map looks like that in
Nice.
comparison to Claudette's map, which I have outlined.
Good job, Arden.
Yay, me. I did something right.
And then when we do, I'm going to, if I ever get a pen, I'm going to mark it and say, "Dragon, don't go back."
Um,
Are we camping in the Verbeek's cave?
That's what I was suggesting, or what I said, because I'm wounded again. You've got no spells, because that's what you said.
I know first level spells.
Well, but so
I think we should do a long rest.
Yes, because
Okay.
I want to have my Drake back, and I can't.
Okay. Before we do that, I would like to use Oh, I guess I already did detect magic on all this stuff. I do have a question for you, Sky, as the DM. That mithril chain you gave us, all it said was mithril chain. Is that a mithril chain mail, mithril chain shirt?
Yeah.
Is it, or is it not armor and just, literally a chain?
When did you get that? You got that here on the
That's,
ship, right?
yeah, it's from the Horde.
Oh, and Silicon, give me. How nice or mean do I want to be here? Give me a straight wisdom check.
Okay, good.
Based on your knowledge of dragons, you would understand that an ancient dragon would never have that small of a horde.
So we only got part of it.
Which means it's probably somewhere else.
Which makes sense.
I would think. Okay, my character, we're talking about it, would say, based on what we saw and what I know of ancient dragons, I don't even know if that was actually his horde, or if his minions were there to increase his horde. Because there was no sign of his cave or anything else, and his minions being out, I wouldn't be surprised if they were scavenging to increase his horde.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. As long as it doesn't chase us down because we have some of it.
That I don't know if it's been marked by him or not as of yet.
I guess we'll find out the hard way.
But they do have long-lasting memories, so yeah, we're probably on his wanted list.
Well, if we see him again, we just knock his rider off again and make him agree to not hurt us for putting it back on again.
I think that'll work twice.
Probably not.
I'm just saying, you know.
And you can bet this will happen at the most unlikely time.
Don't be Murphy lawing us. Be
He's not wrong though.
man, yeah, I know that. We have our own built-in enemy.
Nemesis.
I don't like having a nemesis as a dragon. He waits until tomorrow before he can summon his dragon again.
So
We did not think we were going to survive.
I knew there was some way to survive. I had no clue what it was. I just know it didn't involve killing him.
And Hilton again with the negative vibes.
Hey, I'm right there with him.
Well,
If you
yeah.
lived the life
But
I've lived, you would know to always think negatively, and anything that happened positively would be a
right.
godsend.
Okay. But
Prepare for the worst and be grateful for the best.
there again, when you come up with a negative statement like that, is that what you want to happen?
No, but I will be ready for it, so I can
Well,
laugh through it.
if you don't want it to happen, then why say it? You're just giving it energy.
You don't want to. If you don't want it to happen,
Don't go adventuring.
probably shouldn't say it in front of the DM.
Right, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah. Okay. So are we going to take a long rest?
Well, I'm still trying to find out about that missile chain. And I have some other things that I want to discuss with the party as soon as I find out about that missile chain.
Yeah, I could use that missile chain if it's armor. That'd be really helpful.
It'd be helpful for me too if I can use it because I'm the one that's always out front and in front of everybody.
Well, let's see what it is first before we decide who it goes to.
Is mithril chain male?
Missile chain male. As in
Heavy armor.
heavy armor, okay. Ilkin, I don't believe you can use heavy armor.
That mithril ignores any negatives.
You could be right.
It is still heavy armor, but it does not have a strength requirement.
It also does not cut your give you disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks.
I don't get why they call them dexterity stealth checks. They should be stealth dexterity checks. It should be stealth. It's a stealth check.
Yeah.
Because there's other things that could be different. Dexterity, intelligence, wisdom doesn't particularly. Yeah, I don't know.
I agree with you. So basically, the only person in the party that can wear it is nowhere.
Okay.
Right? I mean, so we got a rogue, druid, and 2 rangers.
I can't wear it.
Okay, so nowhere is literally the only person who can wear it.
Right.
Well, I'd be happy to give it a try.
Okay. and I will give it that to Nowhere. I will, if you don't mind, I will take that studded leather back.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm sure somebody else can use studded leather, or you can sell it, or whatever.
I think everyone has at least studded leather at this point.
Yeah, but where you made that studded leather, it's going to be very good quality. You ought to be able to sell it for quite a bit.
I would like to think so, but that is up to the
Shopkeepers.
the merchant that we speak or try to sell to. Yeah.
If I just change the studded leather to
If you delete the studded leather and then drag over a set of chainmail from the compendium, it'll be the same armor bonus. And I will fix the disadvantage on stealth later.
okay, thank you.
Make sure you pull the chain mail, not the chain shirt. As far as
Yes.
these other items, Illikin, are you willing to identify some things tonight before we?
No.
Huh?
No.
No.
No. Can't.
Why?
Because I've used it all today. I have to wait until tomorrow.
Oh, you can only use it a certain number of times a day.
Oh,
3 times a day when I've charged it 3 times. And it takes I can't once I let me pop it up because I can't remember.
I thought you could just
you can
charge it.
charge it.
Yes, you can just charge it and use it anytime you want. It's just you hurt yourself.
There's a chance that you could, take away your health, and there's the chance that when you go to sleep tonight, that dragon comes by and you have a max health of 12, and
That's okay. I'll do it. What do you need me to charge?
roll a con save DC 14.
See, I have 1, 2, 3. Four items technically to be identified. If you're willing.
All right, you got 1 charge. Roll a D6 on that one. Ooh. Don't you love when you get high numbers? That's 6 hit points off you. Both off your total and your maximum for the day.
Ouch. But that resets at long rest, right?
After long rest, yep.
Ooh.
And again, D6. Good thing 1's not going to count against you other than being a fail.
That was a dexterity save, though.
Oh, yeah. Roll a con. Okay. So the 6 points, but not the 5 points.
Are you still hurt?
No, me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That was 1, 2. That was 3. So you can't put any more until you use some. It only holds 3.
Okay.
Okay. So then whichever ones you want identified, I identify them. I'm crawling into the back of the room once it's done, though. But I still have to do one thing real quick.
Okay. Then I will have. Sorry. Go ahead.
There's 3, right? You have at least 3 items.
Mm-hmm.
So initial 3 points. Okay,
3 more damage to you.
you got it.
I'm not gonna kill anybody from a dragon, but you know what? How I'm gonna kill somebody with an item I gave him.
Yeah.
How badly hurt are you, Illican?
He's bloody.
Yeah.
Okay, I will touch him with the spear and cure wounds. Ooh, nice, 11. Okay, so I will have him identify the wand, the small translucent blue sphere of glass, and the ancient gold coins.
Sorry, one more time.
The wand, small translucent blue sphere of glass, and ancient gold coins. All from that hoard.
The wand. The one. Where'd the one go? There it is. Okay.
Here I come, baby.
Yeah.
Go to her,
come
Dad.
on.
Go to her.
You gotta take a call.
Okie doke.
That's 5 o'clock anyway, so.
Yeah,
You guys want to keep going?
Yeah, we'll finish this identify up and get going.
Okay, I know she gave them to me. Why isn't it in my book?
What?
Those 2. I'll have to find out what they're called again. That I haven't identified yet.
Talking about the...
The flails.
Oh, I forgot you had those.
I haven't.
She gave you 2 of those?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, okay, she gave me 2. She said I can pick whatever I wanted. So I was going to pick... I was thinking about 1 flail and 1 whatever the other one was. But I can't remember. I got to... It's not in my thing, so I got to pull it up.
You said you were grabbing 2 flails, so I've got it marked down that you grabbed
Okay.
2 flails. Dustin, where did you put those gold coins?
They're in my bag.
Okay.
Why?
1 second. While you're doing that, I'm going to read off. I'm going to tell you about the drift globe. This small sphere, it appears that you can radiate light or daylight from it. And it's only once until the next day. It can also float into the air about the height of a person, and it can stay there until you either grasp it or you move away 60 feet. And
Nice.
you can also make it follow you.
Nice.
And it'll if you do it'll sink slowly to the ground and then become inactive. It'll wink out.
Sounds like an interesting little toy.
As you look the coins over, or a coin over, It looks to be a single, newly minted gold coin, except old, like really old, with a skull and crossbones embossed on one side, and the other side is blank.
Okay. Good thing I didn't put it with my other gold.
This gold coin, it feels like it's a thief. And it'll take stuff. Anything that other trinkets around it. Or other coins. I don't like it. It has bad feeling to it. This wand, it's a duplicate of something. Okay, I don't know if I would know it's a fake or not. Okay, so take that back. So, but it'll create a continual flame. Comparable to something like a flame. It'll emit a light like a flame. So like a torch.
I would say that you know that it's a fake.
Okay. I was reading it where you have to tune it to find out that it was
Yep.
fake. So
you're getting basically the same information from the identify.
Okay. It's a replica of another wand, but this one mostly its only job is to become a torch, to emit the light and like a flame spell.
Huh. I'll hand that to you and say, here, you're the one that needs torches.
I like this ball.
I was kind of thinking I wanted to keep that. But I guess...
Because it'll follow me and I don't have to hold it when I'm in battle.
Oh, well, that is a plus.
But I can use both. Use one until I can't use it, and then use the other when need be. But
oh yeah, I guess I'll give the drift globe to you too. Actually, if I'll go and keep the wand, you take the drift globe. See if maybe somebody else wants a wand.
because it's not type of my thing.
Just don't forget that you can use the daylight spell with that thing if we need it.
You know, I just identified that, and it didn't click until you said that. But I looked
right.
over at Claudette. Will that harm you?
No, daylight spell doesn't actually do damage. Oh, I guess she's a vampire. Maybe. I don't know. You'll have to ask her. When she gets back, obviously, because... Okay, so I'll give the drift globe to you. I'll keep the wand. And... if somebody wants one of these gold coins depository things, you can have it.
It doesn't look like it does any damage by the spell itself, by the description of the spell.
Yeah, but it is sunlight, though. Doesn't it specifically say this light is sunlight? Or is that a different spell?
So-
I mean, unless it specifically says this light is sunlight, then it
Bright
shouldn't hurt
light
her.
sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet.
Okay, then no, it won't hurt her.
If you choose a pointed object, holding it is worn or carried, the light shines from the object and moves with it, completely covering the affected area.
Okay, it's just light.
Yeah.
If she has sunlight sensitivity, then it would blind her, but I don't think she does, because if she does, then she's really screwed because we're constantly walking through snow.
If I cast this, question for the DM. If I cast this, would it also help with inspections? Because then it lights it up like it's daylight.
Well,
It might. It might
Okay.
not.
No problem. But daylight will do 120 feet. Light will do 60 feet. I think.
I'm aware.
Oh no, 20 feet. And my hammer currently does or my tool currently does the 20 feet radius. So if I'm getting ready to do battle, I can cast the daylight so that I can see things. Unlike the dragon where I couldn't see him and he was right in front of me. Oh. So make sure I put that in my. How do I put that in my inventory, Jeff?
Which one?
Drift Globe.
Look it up in the compendium and then drag it over your character sheet.
That's basically what I just said, only it was muted.
Gotcha.
Said that Orcus wand was continual flame, right?
Yep.
I can't get it to do that.
Drag the word, not the handle.
No,
to
my character sheet automatically pops up as a outside of the,
Oh, gotcha.
and so because it's no longer inside the game, won't let me. Can somebody drag it over and drop it in?
All right, you got it.
And can you also drop in the flails if that allows it to?
They're not a thing, so
Okay,
not really.
So
No
you
problem.
just gotta type those in as items.
I will. I just gotta find them real quick, so that's what I'm looking for.
What do you mean find them? They're not in the compendium.
No, find them in the chat log so that I can pop them over. Like I said, I could have swore I did it, but I guess I didn't.
Pop them over?
Type
No.
them in.
Yeah, you just go down to your bottom of your inventory, click on the plus sign.
I know that,
type
but
it in.
I first have to find them in the chat log so that I can do that.
No, you don't. I just did it.
Oh, thank you.
To flail.
Thank you. Are they the magic flail? Oh, I haven't identified them, so I don't know that yet. That's why I haven't used it yet.
Okay, and are you going to identify
Yeah.
more stuff?
Once I okay, so we've got 3 down. Once I get it. Well, there's that one. Come out. And there we go. Okay. Closing all the character sheets that I had. Let's see. Now that's Constitution, right?
Yep.
so much fun. I get to get hurt. My team likes to hurt me.
Well, I like to hurt you, but I don't know about your team.
How many do I have to do? How many more on your side?
Well, you're empty, so
I have one more item to identify.
DC 14, so all of them are good. So no damage.
Okay. Where are you? 1, 2, 3. So 5 points damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Uh, uh, uh.
Didn't you say no damage?
No damage to charge them, but he still has to prick his finger when he goes to identify.
Ah.
Must be 0 now. Okay. And so I identify his last one and my 2 flails.
Well, identifying one of them would identify... Well, I'll shut up.
If that's how the DM wants to play it, then fine. If not,
Yeah, my last item is the Black Crystal Shard Amulet. If you want, Sky, that's up to you.
yeah. I'm making sure that anybody else have any items that hasn't been identified?
I don't.
Well, this mithril chain that I just got, could it actually be a +1?
It's not magical.
Oh,
Non-magic.
okay. Well,
I'm
it's
checking.
still got to be better.
I'm checking Claudette's inventory outside of. She's got those spheres, a couple amulets.
But I don't think any of the amulets were magical.
Yeah, because they're the same ones I have.
Oh, they are magical?
Yeah. She's got 4 javelins, two more flails, and two amulets.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
and you have one as well, Kenny.
Yeah, you have an amulet and 2 flails.
Okay. Well, if you say identify one item, identifies all, then I will identify one of the gems for my last 3.
The amulets, you mean?
Yeah, one of the amulets.
You didn't tell me they were magical.
You did. I think I did. I think you asked me. I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know. Maybe I didn't, but they were.
And we're talking weighing skills, right? Not like dragon skills?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I still have one more item. I apologize.
I keep freaking losing this every freaking time.
And as I do this, I'm hoping that the furball is a good furball.
Verbeeg.
Verbeek.
That's it. I wrote it in chat. Maybe I'll remember it. Because there's Furbolg and Verbeeg. Two very different races. Elro is a Furbolg.
Yeah.
Okay.
All you can tell on the amulet is, and it's got a low level magical aura. It's you can tell it's magical in nature, but unfortunately, with trying to identify it, it really doesn't tell you anything about it.
Okay,
And that will be the same with the flails.
Do I know about the identify spell? About the mechanics of it as my character?
Maybe. I don't know. Why?
Because if I do, then that gives me huge clues to some things that you don't, that I don't.
Then
I know
no.
as a player. Then
In
no?
that
Okay.
case, no.
Okay.
yeah, as I can't tell anything about the flails or the gem, I am not putting either one on. I know the flails help the. We felt damaged when they were being, hit on us. But as I'm not being able to tell, I don't trust them.
That seems reasonable. Question for everyone. Does anyone want one of those gold coin depository things? I have 5 of them, so.
Oh, you mean the thieves that I said these are thieves? No. You can keep those.
Did you
Yeah,
actually read the rest of that?
no, okay. What I described was okay.
Read the second paragraph.
Okay.
Oh shit, is there gold in the coins already?
I'm checking right when he hands
Or
me
what you're
one.
talking about.
I'm as okay since there was I'm holding it and I feel this thief. I am picturing what might be in to determine what's inside of it.
Sorry, what, Pelican?
Okay, I'm identifying the coin, or when I was identifying the coin, because I only saw half of it until you posted the rest of it. But I would have said, okay, well, it's a thief. Let me see if I can determine where it is or how much is there in the coin I was holding.
Okay, so what do you do to try and figure out how much was there?
I question how much is there as I'm thinking to it. How much are you? I wonder how much are you in here, or you've taken so far.
Roll me 5d8. There are 19 gold coins in the coin that you are holding.
Yeah, I actually look at the group and I say, I believe each one of us should get a coin, and one coin should be for the party, since there's only 4 of us, right? No, there's 5 of us.
It's fine with me.
And as they pass out, I explain to everybody what they should do.
So Illican gives you each a gold coin.
Okay, I put one in Claudette's bag.
Jeff, can you slide it over onto mine?
The made-up items, you can add it.
Oh, gold. The gold depository coin is a made-up item. Okay, I
It's
thought.
my creation.
Gotcha. No problem. I'm doing that right now.
So I'm gonna
And
go.
I do say I suggest keeping it in a separate place other than you keep your gold, your normal gold. So if you lose it, you don't lose everything you have. But if we
The-
come across the gold, or we can throw them in there real fast, and then we don't have to worry about picking them up, carrying all this gold around with us.
Okay, so if I go in and put it in my treasure section of the bio, it'll be there, but it won't absorb my gold.
Sorry, one more time.
Well, if I go to the bio section of my character,
Mechanically speaking, yes.
and
But
then
what
I
are you doing in character?
putting this gold coin depository in my treasury section of the bio page.
That is not in character at all.
As in, you're putting it in your inventory or in your
Are
bag.
you
as
putting it in
opposed
your
to
backpack or your
inventory.
coin pouch?
My backpack.
Okay,
Kenny, shut up.
I put it in my backpack, then it will not absorb my coins.
You don't know. This is role play, so you decide where you're putting it. Nobody else gets to decide where you're putting it.
Okay. I'm half inclined to carry it around in my hand so it doesn't take my gold. But that's not likely to work.
You can get your gold out of it.
Yeah, but how much hassle is it going to be to get my gold out of it to buy dinner?
All you got to do is read the description that I shared with everybody.
It's like this, and
I on it for 1 minute, and it'll give you up to 50 gold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Portable bank, except it only works on gold.
I will use it. And how much gold do I find in it? Put it in my hand
As
and
you-
concentrate on it.
Okay, so as you do that, roll me 5d8.
Where did you put it?
Me? I put it in the back
Yours
of my
had 23 gold.
put it at the bottom of my my bag so I wouldn't have to worry about it.
Where'd you get the 5d8?
It's me. Don't worry about it.
So this is not an arcane check?
No.
It says it is.
No. That was to identify what this was. So,
Oh,
Kenny, Illiken, has already identified this coin, this object, this item. Everything from ADC 12 all the way down to the last paragraph were in my GM notes. I cut them and pasted them up on top once he identified this, what it was.
okay. So everybody has 19 gold in there?
No.
Oh,
You concentrate on it, and it'll tell you. He'll tell you how much gold's in it.
oh, okay.
And that's why you roll the 5d8.
Because you say my character does this.
So if you're
Okay.
throwing, so that's where I'm going with this. Is if you're throwing it in your backpack, in your inventory, and in the bottom, and you're not doing anything, then you're not going to know what's in there. If you're throwing it into your coin pouch, something else might happen. It all depends. That's why I'm wondering what you are doing, not mechanically speaking, because mechanically speaking, +1 armor does not exist.
Okay. Fine, I'll put it in my coin pouch and let's see what happens.
As you put it in your coin pouch,
Uh-huh.
it's the only coin in there.
It's the only coin in there?
It was swallowed up the rest of the coin.
Sorry, it's the only gold coin in there, I should say. Your other coins are still there.
It
But-
swallowed the rest. You have to concentrate it. You have to hold it, concentrate on it, and tell it that you want to know how many coins is in there.
I thought that's what we were doing.
No, you just put it in your coin pouch. That's what you said.
Oh. You guys are making this too complicated.
Okay, so you want to know how many coins is in it, yes?
Yes.
So hold it in your hand and concentrate. Tell me that.
Okay, I'm holding it in my hand and concentrate on it.
Okay, now roll me 5d8 coins. Or sorry, roll me 5d8 die.
Cheapskate.
What?
Okay, so as you're concentrating on it, you realize that there is 262 gold in your piece.
That's what I bet.
However, that includes the 235 that's already in there. That
Yeah.
was
So your
already in.
235 plus the 27 that was already in the coin in this portable bank
Wow, you
Okay.
rolled really
is
well.
what you have.
So, should I then take the gold points or the gold pieces number out of my inventory?
You can work that how you want. I was trying to add a flavorful piece of other crap to you.
Basically, think about it like a bag of holding, just for
Yeah.
gold coins.
Okay.
I'm putting the gold coin in my coin pouch. So that gives
So
me
if you-
an additional 25 gold coin, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So for reference, and I don't know if there's any way that in Roll20 that I can do this or not. I probably not, and there's probably an API script if there is, and I will never learn that. But basically, if you had 5,000 gold on you, it would weigh a lot. But with this, it would weigh as much as one gold piece.
So how do we annotate the additional 25 somewhere?
You can just add it to the gold that you
Add
have.
it to your
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The character sheet already accounts for the weight of the coins. So at some point you can, if you get to the point where you're too heavy, you can just switch the amount of in the gold box to 1 and then keep track of it somewhere else. Like on your treasure sheet or something. That's the way I would suggest doing it, Sky.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish there was something like items where you can say equip and say, gold is no longer equipped because it just weighs 1. But not so much.
But just remember, everybody, this is just for role playing side of it. If somebody snatches that one coin, they do steal all your money.
No, just the gold.
Well, yeah, but
But in that regard, if they take your coin pouch, they take all your money anyways. Right? So if you had 700 gold and 38 silver and 214 copper in your coin pouch, big coin pouch, but whatever, and somebody took it,
They draw back a bloody
then
stump.
maybe. But if it's a highly skilled rogue, thief rogue for that matter, like, you might not realize it until you go to pay for something and your whole bag's gone. So it's no different than what you had before. It's just that there's a possibility of it weighing less. It was supposed to be a flavorful item.
I
It was
like it.
supposed to be me adding things in there for you.
I think
I
it's
like
neat.
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
I did dip it in my gold, and then I put it in the bottom of my pack, so that it's away from everything.
And I will say that you have one charge left, because you would figure out that once you figured out that the flail and the amulet was that you couldn't figure it out, you'd probably figure out that the other flail isn't going to give you any hints.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if that's the case, I do have one item left. That I didn't know I had.
Go for it.
The set of weighing scales. Apparently
Needs
they're
to-
apparently they're magical.
And then I'm going to roll my die and see how badly I do. See if I can recharge it so that it's prepared for tomorrow.
That would be a good idea.
Hopefully we don't get attacked tonight.
Are you badly injured? Oh,
Okay.
you might be after that. You better not roll 3 6s for your damage, dude. Are you badly damaged?
No, yes.
Let me.
I'll go ahead and throw another heal
Oh,
on him.
yes, I am. Sorry.
Heal you for another 5.
Okay, I'll walk over and touch him with my curing wounds.
Sorry, you were. What were you at before? Silicon?
I had 6 taken away. Then I had what I just did now, another 7. Or sorry, another 10.
You were at 26? I thought you were lower. I thought you were at 20.
I'd be at 23 or 21 right now.
You were at 21 and then taken away, you're at 11.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the maximum hit
And
point. It should
29, now you're at 19.
be yes.
Okay.
And I just did him for.
Yeah, so we just healed him for a total of 13. Whatever that brings
Plus
him up
13
to.
points.
For healing,
That brings you up.
Yeah,
That brings
13
you
healing.
up to a total of 19.
That doesn't affect your max health, but it will affect your...
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So what is this?
It looks like he is very well, very alive and well.
Okay.
But I feel like crap.
No, you feel good. You just are about half as well as you should be.
You feel like half a man.
After a long rest, you'll be fine.
Knock on
Wait,
wood.
it's not in here. What the hell?
Actually, you know, there's 3 places to look for magic items. Did you know that?
That is a cool.
There's
Use that in your
compendium. There's journal. But I didn't find it. I found it on 5e, so it's probably not even. We probably don't have the.
Oh, yeah. If you found it on another website, it's probably...
Tales from the Yawning Portal.
I
That.
don't know if I have that.
Alright, I'm adding it. Just a sec.
Did a good job. But yeah, no, I'm seriously beat up. You can't do anything
Actually-
about it.
You're actually fully healed.
Pretty much. But not. I feel like I'm a mage. I'll put it that way. Thanks for showing me how to write down without taking away from the hit points. Because I had it over here on a piece of paper, so I knew about it.
I do not have Tales of the Yawning Portal. I would think I would.
Okay.
Alright, I just
Give me a moment.
added it and popped it up. No beautiful picture, but oh well.
Okay. This scale detects good and evil around you. I don't see how far it actually goes out. I didn't read that. You can either place gold on it to on each side. Would I know the exact amount, or
Not working. Whatever. What's that? Sorry.
would I know the exact amount of gold to use?
Well, it says you have to
Um,
use holy water or a transparent gem worth 100 gold.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I'm like, I'm trying to do this as a role play, and I don't know, if because it's like it gives you a minute detail or it gives you an overall view of what it does. So that's what I'm trying to find out.
you would know that if you placed a transparent gem worth a minimum of 100 gold,
Okay,
or if you
sprinkle holy water.
drink holy water over it, that it would work.
Okay, you can sprinkle holy water on both of the scales, or place a transparent um, gem worth 100 with a minimum of 100 gold pieces on each pan. The scale will remain motionless until it detects if it detects nothing, or it'll tip to one side or the other depending on whether it's a good consecrated or evil desecrated area, and fluctuate slightly if it detects a creature appropriate to spell but neither good nor evil. And by touching the scale after casting the ritual, you will instantly learn uh, any information that the normal spell, I guess, would work.
Okay.
And since you're our, you know, priest, pretty much, I say you desert. You deal with this. And because I'm pretty sure, can you make holy water?
Um, I think so.
Because if you can, we can use it now, and I'd like to see how this thing works.
And we still have everyone here, right?
Yep.
I'm here.
Okay. Um,
Um, how you make holy water? Not really.
And if
A
not, well
priest,
then okay. But I'm just like, my guy's like, this I've never. This is cool.
but you guys did find holy water on this ship.
we did. There's a spell called Ceremony that, if you use it, you can create holy water using it. But I'm not sure if the druid gets it. I haven't looked yet.
Cleric Pally.
Then no.
Okay. If we can we use some of the spirit water, or would it be waste? You would know that. I don't.
I think it might be a waste. It doesn't say that it uses the gems, right?
Nope.
Oh, these aren't. Never mind. These aren't worth 100. They're only worth 50.
And are they clear?
Well, they're quartz crystal.
Okay.
It's. I guess they're usually opaque white, so probably not.
But then don't worry about it.
So we'll have to find something else to use with this eventually.
And I look over and say thank you again for rescuing us. And
Huh?
I suggest we leave, or full shifts, and then in the morning find out what's going
You
on.
got like really quiet. You lost like 75% volume.
I don't know why.
Now you're all of a sudden good.
You're fine now.
Okay.
I don't know what you did. Don't do it again.
I'm not going to. It's. I can tell you what it is. Discord. Come on now.
Oh, come on.
Hey, I have issues.
I want to believe you, but I have raised you up in volume the last like 4 times I've talked to you, like 4 days.
Maybe your headset's dying, Kenny.
Okay.
I don't know. But continue.
I said, I say we rest for the day and get to know our benefactor in the morning. And then next week start the who's pulling shifts for what. What do you guys think?
That's fine with me.
Fine.
Then we will pick it up next week.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night, all.
Have a good one.
Hey, Dad, quick question. Mom ever find my keys?
No, not yet.
Hey, Ken, are you back here in the Springs now? Or are you still in Oklahoma?
I'm in Oklahoma. Yeah.
You left your keys in Oklahoma?
No, the vehicle that they use.
It's registered to him. Not
Yeah.
Oh,
ours.
okay.
So tomorrow I've got to go to Mercury here in the Springs and see if there's a way I can get keys for it.
Well, if you tell them the issue up front, they might even be able to make keys for it. You know, basically, you pay for it here and then send the work order to them out there so that they can just make it there and your parents
I
can
know,
go pick
but,
it up.
but that's what I said. I got to go in the morning to find that out.
Have fun.
Okay.
Okay,
So Mom's still there?
I'm going to turn off the recording now, by the way.